Father, we thank you for a beautiful day today and ask that you would oversee everything that takes place here this afternoon. Would you keep us all safe and healthy? And I pray that we would all have a game that honors you. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Welcome to the CIU Sports Network for this edition of CIU Baseball as the Rams taking on one of the hottest teams in the NAIA, the St. Andrews Knights. It's game 2 of this 3-game series. We'll have a 9-inning game here at 1, and then a 7-inning game will follow between these two teams. Starting on the mound for the Rams, Trent Pauly on the mound. Start things off for CIU. Pauly making his first start at home this season. Struggled through some injuries early on. A junior from right here in Irmo, South Carolina. Saw some action last week at Montreat. So we'll try to see if Pauly can help the Rams respond after CIU suffered the 12-1 loss to the Knights yesterday in Game 1 of this series. As this is Chris Allen to lead off for the Knights. A left fielder out of Live Oak, Florida, by way of Central Florida State Junior College. So 2 balls, 1 strike here to start this game. Two now. Pauly trying to sit down. First bat of this game, and he will, as there's the strikeout from Pauly. Good job, good start for the junior. As one out on the board now for CIU in this first inning. In the 2-hole is Nate Vigent, the graduate transfer from Rhode Island College up there in New England. That one is hit to left field and caught out there by Shane Hammonds. So good job, good start for the Rams. 2 outs early here for CIU. This will bring up Noah Lawson, the senior out of Pfafftown, North Carolina. Comes to St. Andrews, or I should say came to St. Andrews 4 years ago by way of Reagan High School. And he'll get a hit early to start things off. Good job there by Lawson, as puts that in a difficult spot for Maldonado to come up to. So he will record the base hit early. That'll go down as a single. First hit of the game for the Knights. Paulie checks on Lawson over there at first. Buddy Bleasdale, first baseman for CIU. And Lawson will go. And the throw from Hernandez not quite in time, so he will steal second. So 1-0. Runner on second now for St. Andrews. This is Greg Izzo, the Fort Mill, South Carolina native, also a JUCO transfer out of Surrey Community College. 5'11" catcher. That one in the dirt. Good job by Hernandez blocking that off, not allowing the runner to advance to third. So the 2-1 pitch coming from Paulie. That one is a little low, 3-1. One count. That one hit well back. That'll go off the wall. One will score on the double. Well, that actually may be extended out to a triple, and it will. So the triple from Izzo gets the run on the board for St. Andrews. So the stand, well, not the stand-up, but the triple from Izzo scores one. A 1-0 Rams down here in the top of the first. 2 outs on the board, and that one is a skyrocket That's going back to center field. And good play by Carter Willis. Makes the grab. He looks a little shaken up out back there against the wall. Hopefully he's okay, as he hit the wall fairly hard. Hopefully the wind just got knocked out of him. But a great play by Willis out there in center field. We'll check on him when he comes back. When we come back, excuse me. So Carter Willis to lead off here. So 1 out on the board, as this is Josh Hernandez up to bat for the Rams. Hernandez this season hitting at .298, as that may go down, and first baseman able to keep his foot on the bag to make the out. So 2 outs early in this.
Now batting designated hitter Ward Hackland.
Bottom of the first inning. This is Ward Hackland. Hackland perhaps the most effective player at the plate for CIU so far this season. He's hitting .378 with 4 home runs, second only to Josh Hernandez, who has 6 homers on the season. Hackland, the graduate transfer from Newberry College, has been at the JUCO level and at the Division II level. So 1-2 here. Satoru Ararai, the freshman out of Yokohama, Japan, on the hill. For St. Andrews in this game 2.
Let's get it, baby. Let's go.
And there's the strikeout as Hackland goes down.
The end of 1, Sylvan leads 1-0.
So 3 outs, and we're done with the first inning. Back in a minute on CIU Sports Network. So Trent Pauly stays on the mound after giving up 1 run on that triple in the first inning. As this is Castillo, the first baseman from Brentwood, New York. Quite the representation from around the United States on this St. Andrews squad. 1-2. Pauly looking for his second strikeout of the contest. And that is hit to left field. That is foul. Will go foul against that wall out there. So just inside that first base line. Oh, that'll keep the count at 1-2. That one hit, and good play there by Trujillo to make the out. Solid fielding by the veteran Cody Trujillo. That'll bring up the first out of this second inning. And we'll bring up number 6, Frank Solomon, senior out of Greensboro, North Carolina, North Guilford High School. Solomon on the season hitting .261. No home runs, 9 RBIs. So hasn't seen a ton of action, though. Has played in 28 games. As good play by Buddy Bleasdale. Gets the flip over to Pauly for the out. Good job there by the other Frank Bleasdale, also more affectionately known as Buddy Bleasdale, getting the out over at first with a little flip to the pitcher, Trent Pauly. So 2 outs, nobody on, as that is lined to right field. Good hit by Jackson Snyder, another senior on this squad for St. Andrews. That'll bring up Chance Bloom, the Dublin, Georgia native, Trinity Christian School. Just a sophomore is Bloom. That thrown over to first. So here's the pitch from Pauly. There's the turn by Snyder, trying to avoid that, getting hit by that pitch. 1-0. Hernandez fired one over to Bleasdale. Again, trying to catch Snyder. Gets back to the bag in time. Good pitch from Pauly. Makes it 2-1. So 2-1, 2 outs. Pauly keeps checking on Snyder over at first. That gets in there for strike 2. 2-2 now. Pauly trying to close out the top of this second inning. That is fouled off. That one hit on the ground. Another good play from Cody Trujillo to make the out. So Rams keep runs off the board as we head to the bottom of the second inning. CIU down 1-0 in this contest with St. Andrews. So Bleasdale will lead off in the second inning for CIU. Bleasdale's had a solid season so far, hitting over 300 at 302 so far this year. Leads CIU in doubles with 13 on the year. Has hit a home run. Has only struck out 14 times in 126 at-bats. So Bleasdale, a guy that gets on base. And a staple of this CIU lineup. That pitch is a little high. So 2-1 here. That one around the shoulders of Buddy. Makes it 3-1. That'll be called a strike, so 3-2. Bleasdale thought otherwise. Full count now. Rob Bell on deck for the Rams. And Buddy gets a hold of that one. That's going to bounce all the way into left field, and I don't know. Well, And Bleasdale gets there as Coach Matt Padgett over there at first base sends Bleasdale to second. And from my angle, it did not look like Bleasdale was going to get there, but second baseman comes off shortstop comes off the bag a little bit, and Bleasdale gets there in time for the double. So Bleasdale, the leader in doubles for CIU, gets his 14th of the season on that shot over to left field. That one will stay fair from Bell. One will score as Bell may be able to turn this into a triple, and he will. So the stand-up triple from Robert Bell ties the game, bringing home Buddy Bleasdale to make it 1-1 here at Miller Field. No outs, as that was a hard hit ball from from Bell. As Shane Hammonds fouls that off, but a great start here. Great start here to the second inning for CIU, as Bleasdale hit that one over to left field, and then Robert Bell comes up with that stand-up triple as Hammonds going to score one as he gets the ball in play. And CIU takes the 2-1 lead, 1 out, bringing up Cody Trujillo. Trujillo, a guy who also staple in this lineup, hitting .219, 10 RBIs on the season, 3 doubles so far this season. That drops low. 1-0. Trujillo hits that one, and that is dropped by the shortstop, so Trujillo will reach on the error by the shortstop. Bringing up Jan Maldonado. That pitch will drop in for strike one. That's a hard pitch, but a little high, 1-1. As Maldonado, the sophomore for CIU, has had a much more expanded role this season, especially at the plate for the Rams. Last year we saw Maldonado several times on the mound. This year, primarily over there at third base. So far this season, hitting .200, on-base percentage of .250, with 9 RBIs, 1 home run, and 11 hits. And he will smack one to right field. So Maldonado with the hit, bringing up Grant Bodison, as CIU having a solid second inning here against the Knights.
It looked like a ball, didn't it?
1-1 here against Bodison. Bodison barely gets that off the end of the bat, but he will advance Trujillo over to third. Maldonado at second, bringing up the leadoff man, Carter Willis. Good pitch there. That'll be strike one. So runners on second and third, 2 outs. A little bit outside, 2-1. That drops low. 3-2. Full count here against Willis. Again, runners on second and third. Big swing and a miss as that will sit down Willis. CIU adds 2 runs, though, as the Rams go up 2-1 heading to the third inning. Poly will start off this inning with a strike against Chris Allen. That's fouled off. 0-2 now. Two count, so Allen battles his way back to even this. There's a 2-2 pitch, low, brings it to 3-2, full count now. That hit to left field as Allen will record the single.
Now batting number 8, second baseman Nate Midget.
That one drops low. 0-1. So runner over at first. No outs here in this third inning. That one chopped over the head of Bleasdale as two back-to-back solid hits, well-placed hits, I should say, by the Knights. And now 2 on.
Coming to the plate, shortstop Noah Lawson.
Apologize for any latency on the stream. That one chopped over to the St. Andrews bullpen. 0-1 now. So Pauly trying to work his way out of this situation with 2 runners on here in this third inning. Here's the 0-1 and fouled off. One, two. Here on top of this third inning. That is hammered to left field, and that will go off the wall. Is score, well, no. And thankfully went off the left field wall over there as just everyone advances. If that had been maybe a little bit shallower and had not bounced so hard off of that left field wall, one might have scored, but kind of bounced right to where Hammonds could safely make the play and keep everybody from advancing. So bases loaded, no outs. This will bring up Greg Izzo. Izzo has a RBI triple already today, so he's trying to add to what's already been a solid afternoon for him. That one high around the face of Izzo. 2-0 now. Polly pitching inside. Little outside, and Polly will walk one. So 4 balls as bases loaded. We got a pinch runner coming in. That is number 30, Caden Santucci, the freshman from Tampa, Florida. We'll take a quick break while Coach Johnson discusses with Polly here on the CIU Sports Network. So the change will be made on the mound, which is Hunter Garris, the lefty, coming in for Polly after no outs. As that is popped up and will fall foul. And Garris' first pitch of the afternoon. This is Joshua Benfield, the Stanley, North Carolina native. junior by way of Gulf Tech CC. That's high. 1-1. That one drops 2-1.
Come on, Garris. Go, Gary Bear.
Fouled off. Two. So Garris inherits a tough situation. Bases loaded, no outs. He can prove a lot if he can get out of this, as that is going to be a ball, 3-2. Garris going to try to avoid walking Benfield. And that is hit to right field. That'll score 1. So Benfield with the RBI single. And that'll put St. Andrews back in front, 3-2. Castillo up to the plate now for the for the Knights. We'll take a quick look at Hunter Garris so far this year on the mound. Garris with a 4.38 ERA, as that is popped up by Castillo and caught by Bell.
He's coming.
Runner will stay at third. Despite some thoughts from the peanut gallery, runner stays at third. 1 out. So that'll bring up Salomon, as that will score at least 1. So RBI single for Salomon on the base hit. Hammonds was trying to throw that to home, but wouldn't have mattered even if he had got it corralled there, because runner was going to score anyway. 1 out on the board. St. Andrews goes up 5-2. That one is fouled off. That one bends outside, 1-1. So Jackson Snyder, transfer from Winston-Salem State, Division II school. Snyder on the day so far. 1 for 1. That'll go foul, 1-2. Garris looking for the strikeout. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way. That one hit to Trujillo, and that was a little too hot to handle. That'll be a hit, as Bases once again loaded. Yes, bases once again loaded here. That drops 2-0. That pitch is outside. 3-0, bases loaded still here at Miller Field. Only one out. So Rams fighting to get out of this top of the third. There's a strike. The 3-1. Right around the face of Blum. So one more comes in, 6-2. So top of the third, Rams just need to get out of this. That is fouled off. One now. Two, one out. Bases loaded. That gets in there. 3-1. And Garish just got to start throwing strikes here as Tyler Parker over there in the bullpen. 7-2. There's a strike for Garris. See if he can get back on track here. Two, one. That one fouled way up and caught by Maldonado for the out. So Garris just got to get one batter down, and CIU can end this nightmare of a top of the third inning, as they've given up 6 runs here in the third. That one low. 1-0. There it is, 1-1 now. Garris, if he can get a strikeout here, that would be huge with these runners on the bases. That is hit to center field and caught. So Garris avoids a little trouble as he inherited a tough situation. But as it is, 6 runs scored by St. Andrews in the third. We'll be back at the bottom of the third inning in just a minute on the CIU Sports Network. So CIU in need of some offense here in the bottom of the third after giving up those 6 runs in the top of the inning. Rams actually took the lead in the second. 1-1. The count. Hernandez. And that is high for ball 2. And Hernandez gets a hold of that, but that is fouled off towards the St. Andrews bullpen. Satoru Arai so far today, giving up 3 hits, 2 earned runs, also picked up 2 strikeouts. Here's a 2-2 pitch. And that's fouled off by Hernandez. As I mentioned before, Hernandez, the all-time home run leader for CIU in his 3rd season with the Rams. He's been here since the beginning in that inaugural 2020 season. That's a little outside. 3-2 now. Full count here. Hernandez just got to get on base. And then with Ward Hacklin up, we know how well he performs at the plate. Gives CIU a chance at some runs. And there's the walk. So Hernandez will reach first, bringing up Ward Hacklin for CIU. As we mentioned, Hacklin leading CIU with a .378 batting average and 4 homers on the season, 31 hits for the senior. That one is just popped up as Aaron Hood, who came in for Hernandez over there to pinch run, gets back to the bag safely. That'll bring up Buddy Bleasdale for the Rams. That pitch is low. 1-0. Bleasdale lines that over to third, and he'll line into a double play, as that'll end the inning. Rams down 7-2. So Noah Moody, the new man on the mound for CIU, as his first pitch will result in a single for Greg Izzo. Izzo has had a heck of a day so far for St. Andrews, as pinch runner Caden Santucci comes in. That one is singled to left field. As Castillo up now, 2 runners on, no outs, Rams down 7-2. Castillo in his 2 at-bats, 0 for 2 today. So one of the few St. Andrews batters who is struggling a little bit at the plate. Here's Moody. That one around the knees of Castillo. That would be ball 1. Excuse me, ball 2. So runners on first and second. As that one is inside and will hit Castillo. So Castillo reaches after being hit by the pitch. And Coach Johnson going to talk with Moody. So we'll take a quick break and be back in a minute. Back here, top of the 4th inning, I'm joined by Cade Crenshaw, who will be on the call for Game 2. Was on the call yesterday for Game 1. Cade joins us after coming from Columbia's Comic-Con.
It's a great crowd. Great crowd out there. Tons of folks aren't going to cover the event, so Going to be back here at the ballpark, though, and, boy, this is a game that really got away from Columbia International in a big hurry. You take a 2-1 lead into the third frame, and then St. Andrews does, well, really what they've done all season long with their offense, and that's been patient at the plate, waiting for the right pitch, and you draw a few walks, mix in the right recipe, and throw a 6 spot on the board. Just like that, it's a 7-2 game, and fast forward now into the fourth inning, things are all over the board. Bases are loaded, no outs, and it forces yet another call to the bullpen from Jonathan Johnson, head coach of the Rams, on their fourth arm of the afternoon. If Parker's able to step in here and at least just get a double play ball, you have to count that as a win. He's got a 2-strike count.
1-2 pitch here from Parker. And at what point, Cade, do you just maybe say, I got to stick with somebody and see if you can start getting into a rhythm, even though you're down 7-2?
Well, you also have to keep in the back of your mind, you've got 7 more innings after you finish up this 9-1 today. So do you want to extinguish your full bullpen in game 1 of this doubleheader? No. At the same time, you don't want this game to get almost to a point to where the scoreboard is extremely more lopsided than just a 5-run deficit. So you want a guy who could go in there, like Parker, sit down the first guy he faces without putting any kinds of balls in play. And now a double play ball's in effect. You know, if you can flip double play ball here, no runs come across and no damage is done. But you know, this is a great opportunity, I think, in games like this, too, where coaches recognize things are out of hand a little bit. Looking ahead down the stretch, let's get some younger arms, some experience in this type of an atmosphere. You're in conference play against a really, really good offense, second in the AAC in batting average as a team. So if they can step in here, throw some young arms, it really balances out the experience overall.
Yeah, obviously Tyler Parker picking up that strikeout. That's the first of the game for a Ram pitcher since Trent Polley recorded one in the first inning. And I think we'll likely see, you talk about those young arms, we'll probably see Christian Orr start game 3. And then I would not be surprised to see guys like Peyton Evans get in there and get some time on the hill for CIU. 2-2 our count here, as that is fouled off by Snyder. So 1 out, bases stay loaded. Rams down 7-2. And Cade, before you got here, CIU took that 2-1 lead in the second inning, but then just gave up that massive third. And that's the thing about baseball, is things change so quickly, where in other sports you might see a gradual change, tide slowly turning, but in baseball, string some runs together and all of a sudden you're up big.
And a lot of times we see oftentimes in sports, this is a game of runs. And you look back, no pun intended, but you look back in the third, and obviously a 6 spot's a great inning for any offense to have, but they also went through that inning without doing too much with their bat. That was primarily a frame driven by free 90s. For Columbia International, they have to know, well, it's not too distant of a thought for us to have an inning like that of our own. We can step in, be patient at the plate, put some good barrels on some balls, and it'll all work out. And right now, what Parker's doing from the mound is going to be a huge, huge key for them in terms of their offensive morale, because then the offense doesn't feel the pressure to get themselves back in this game. If they can have confidence that the guy on the mound, he's going to go out there, he's going to deliver and maintain the deficit that it is without letting it grow too much larger, then they can just go out and not really feel too much pressure at the plate. Just, have a better approach. Take better swings. That's all going to be key.
Yeah, Parker picking up his second strikeout of this inning. Parker been mainly a midweek guy for CIU. Has had some wins in that midweek as he comes into this one with a ERA of 7.04, which obviously not great, but does come in 2-3 overall on the season. So has given up some runs, but also kept CIU in some games and picked up those 2 wins. I believe 2 of those came over. One was over Toccoa Falls, the other against Bob Jones, both midweek ones, as that is smacked to right field. And the stand-up double scores 2, and scores 3. And then the advance on the throw. So 3 runs come in, Cade, and just when it looked like Tyler Parker was starting to calm things down a little bit for CIU, there's the shot to right field, and 3-run score, putting St. Andrews up 10-2.
Left to pitch hanging up high in the zone, driven opposite way. Nice job from Chance Bloom at the plate. Was patient, waited on the pitch he wanted, and drove it opposite field, cleared the bases. And like you bet, you advance to third, a little bit eager, and you can always love that in a hitter.
Yeah, good to see guys. Well, good for St. Andrews to see guys who not only can hit the ball but make an impact on the base pass. Not so great for CIU when you're down 8 runs, as that's fouled off. So 2-1 now, as Chris Allen back up for the Knights. Allen 1 for 2 today, also was walked once. So not a bad day at the plate so far for Chris Allen, as 3-1 our count. Parker going to try to avoid the walk as that's fouled off, and we'll bring things to a full count of 3-2. St. Andrews, one of the hottest teams in not only the AAC but also the NAIA, as Tyler Parker comes in, gets 3 strikeouts to in the top of the 4th, but not before 3 runs added to the board for St. Andrews. So we'll take a quick break and then head to the bottom of the inning here on the CIU Sports Network. Rob Bell to start things off for CIU in this bottom of the 4th inning. On the mound for St. Andrews, Satoru Arai, again the freshman out of Yokohama, Japan, having a decent outing for St. Andrews. Didn't start off great with those 2 earned runs, but has since settled in and been solid for the Knights. Cade, don't have a lot of foreign players in the AAC, but for an NAI program, how can be effective for a school of St. Andrews size to bring in some guys from overseas to make an impact in the conference.
The Asian continent as well has produced a ton of baseball talent over the last few decades. Think of a few. Of course, the most notable is going to be Ichiro Suzuki, who had a lengthy Hall of Fame career with the Seattle Mariners. But we've seen a ton of really a pitching talent as well emerge out of the Japan leagues as of late.
And RI having a good day so far. Hasn't been overly impressive, but has got the job done. But don't have to do a lot when your offense has put up 10 runs. 3-2, and Ump will say that got in there for the strikeout as Bell will sit down, bringing up Shane Hammonds.
Fastball right on the inside quarter at 81 miles per hour. That was a perfect pitch from Mariah. Just absolutely, if you were to think of a painter and a dot pen, he dotted that inside edge of the plate against the lefty switch hitting Bell. Really good pitch from the righty arm.
That'll bring up Shane Hammonds. Hammonds was not in the lineup for a lot of this season as he slices one in the gap to left field and will reach first. As I was saying, Hammonds not in the lineup for a lot of this season, but has played well, especially in that Montreat series. Really has played his way into the lineup, and then now with Ward Hacklin, who's been out with the injury, Hammonds has made the most of that and is in that left field spot where Hacklin now DHing. And this will bring up Cody Trujillo for CIU. Trujillo is 1 for 1 today as he had a single in the second inning that was originally disputed as an error, but will go down as a base hit for Trujillo earlier in this contest. 1-0. That one near the head of the upstate South Carolina native. So 2-0 now. Hammonds over at first. Again, Hammonds has not seen a lot of action this season, but has spent some time as a pinch runner, so he always can go, as this is a double play opportunity for St. Andrews, and that's about the easiest double play opportunity you will have in the game of baseball, as honestly that out at first, Trujillo was not even barely halfway to the bag when the double play was made. So the second double play of the game for the Knights, and that will end the inning with the Rams down 10-2. So Tyler Parker on the mound. Parker with 3 strikeouts in that fourth inning did give up that one hit that resulted in 3 runs. But besides that, been decent, as that is fouled off. 0-2 now.
For Parker to step in that last frame, back in the bottom of the fourth. You inherit the bases loaded with no outs, and you get 3 strikeouts in the frame. Now, keep in mind, did he give up the bases clearing double in the gap? Yes. But, you look overall at the body of work he did against the St. Andrews offense that's performed pretty well so far this season. You have to appreciate the outing Parker had in the fourth.
Hammonds makes the catch for the fly out to left field. And, Parker did inherit that situation when he gave up those runs. So it wasn't like he loaded the bases by any means. So can't fault the guy for giving up a hit after throwing 3 strikeouts. 1 out here as that is lined up the middle and will bounce to Carter Willis in center field to bring up Izzo once again for St. Andrews. Izzo today 2 for 2, a triple, and was walked. So Izzo having just about the best day you can have without a home run as 1-0. And Izzo will go 3 for 3 as he drives one out to right field. And Santucci once again pinch running for Izzo. 3rd time we've seen that today. Parker, that one comes back inside for the strike as Joshua Benfield, first baseman, again out of Stanley, North Carolina, as that is hit to left field. That'll bring in at least 1 to bring the score to 11-2 here in the top of this 5th inning. So Castillo at bat now. After that, RBI double by Benfield. Outside, ball 1. One-oh pitch is low. That'll bring up 2 balls. CIU gave up 12 runs yesterday, have given up 11 today. So in danger of, once again, giving up a high number of runs to the Knights. As I believe that is Jackson Kelly who's out there warming up in the bullpen, as that is fouled off by Castillo. 2-2.
Sacrifice opportunity, and of course no double play ball in effect. So if Parker's able to notch that 4th strikeout right here, could save a run.
And there is that strikeout. So 4 for Parker on the day. Again, Parker with several strikeouts, but that has been intermingled with several hits, which has contributed slightly to this 11-2 deficit that the Rams are in. 2 runners on, 2 outs. That's in the dirt. Ball 1.
Good block from Hernandez behind the dish. Keeps the runners at bay. You only go to a 1-0 count.
Definitely one of Hernandez's strong suits. Rarely see pass balls with Josh back there, as that's fouled off. 1-1 now. We will check in with CIU softball, who's over at Brenau University playing their game one. In between the fifth and the sixth inning, as there's a strike. So 1-2 now for Parker. CIU softball fell to True McConnell yesterday in both of their games of their doubleheader. As there's the pitch from Parker is low, 2-2. Pretty quiet week in CIU athletics besides baseball and softball, as track and field has the week off. And there's the strikeout, 5 for Parker. So Tyler Parker sitting guys down. Rams give up a run in the fifth as we will go to the bottom of the inning. CIU down 11-2. So Jan Maldonado to lead off for CIU here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Ball one. So 2 RI with giving up 5 hits, 2 earned runs, while notching 3 strikeouts through 4 innings today for St. Andrews on the mound. Grant Bodison on deck for the Rams, as that is around the knees of Maldonado. Makes it 2-1. Rams in need of some instant offense. Bodison has been quiet this series, but we know he can get hot, so we'll see how he does at his at-bat. Right now, this is Maldonado 2-2. Two pitch, and that is fouled off the stem of Maldonado's bat. So count will stay even at 2. And Cade, when you have another game to play in a doubleheader, seeing as if the score stays similar to what it is right now, how do you get or change that mindset going into that second game, to really turn things around and maybe try to pick up a win in this series?
Greg Ritchie, who's the head coach at George Washington, spent a couple seasons in the Pittsburgh Pirates organization as well, including their hitting coach at the major league level in the early 2010s. He told me one time about his coaching philosophy and his coaching approach, about how he just tells his team, hey, listen, we're not playing one game today. When they play a 9-inning game, we're not just playing one game today, we're playing 9. You treat every inning on its own. Whatever happens in this frame, when you move on to the next one, put it behind you, let it roll off your back, just forget about it. If these two teams are able to do that from this game, you'll have one on one side in St. Andrews, who, well, they're going to be looking to keep the momentum going, but more so for Columbia International, they want to flip the script. The last night did not go the way they were looking for, and then you move into today, of course, a similar result as far as the scoreboard goes. So if they're able to step in and try to rewrite the script a little bit, you've got one last game to do it. You can save one at least in the series.
And CIU obviously coming off a conference series that they won over Montreat, which was huge for the Rams in the conference standings, as they will battle to get into that postseason play in the Appalachian Athletic Conference. Top 10 teams get in. Rams were sitting in 11th, as that is fouled off by Willis. And talking to Coach Johnson earlier this week, he kind of reiterated what you were saying, Cade, not just about, new game each inning, but really taking each game by itself. And all you got to do is get into postseason play, and then anything can really happen. That is outside for ball 1, 1-2.
That's the thing we've seen just in the short tenure that Columbia International's had this baseball program now in, year 3? Full year 3? Is that correct?
Full second year. The first year was cut short due to COVID.
Right.
And, yeah.
So if you take back last year's, the first full year of this program, anything can happen in postseason play, and that's exactly right. They brought home the NCCAA National Championship. So if anytime a team gets hot at the right time, you never know what's going to happen. I mean, you look over at, even in basketball, March Madness, what St. Peter's did. Any team can be a Cinderella.
And that out will end the inning. So we head to the 6th. Rams down 11-2. So this is Jackson Kelly, who is come in now for Parker. Kelly has appeared in 5 games this season, started 1 with 8 strikeouts and not a great ERA. As Kelly, a senior who didn't see much time at all last year, but has stepped up this season, especially with Christian Orr and Trent Polly, who missed the beginning of the year with injury. So Kelly made the most of his time and now getting an appearance here in a conference matchup against one of the best in the AAC, St. Andrews. So that will put Snyder over on first. So still 11-2, Rams down in the 6th inning. Again, run rule is 10 after 7. As Kelly throws the strike there.
Wait, don't crash yet. We gotta build it.
Taking a look at the day that Tyler Parker had, 5 strikeouts, gave up 1 earned run, and allowed 4 hits. So not a bad outing at all for Tyler Parker, as Coach Jonathan Johnson has now thrown 5 guys up there on the hill, and Kelly picks up the strikeout in the second batter that he faces so far this afternoon. Kate, I'll be very interested to see the combination of guys we see in Game 2. Obviously, again, only a 7-inning game, but certainly Coach Johnson reaching very deep into his bullpen in Game 1 of this doubleheader, and reached pretty deep into his bullpen last night as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see a Gavin Lantham or even a Mason Lynch come in Game 2, depending on the series of events in the second game of this doubleheader.
Yeah, 2 guys that threw last night, and Lantham threw pretty well. Obviously, Lynch got hit around a little bit, but this upcoming 7-inning game we have later tonight, it's definitely going to be interesting to see the strategy used by Columbia International on the pitching staff side. We anticipate Christian Orr is going to get the nod to start. From there, depending on how his start goes, is really going to impact a lot of those bullpen decisions.
Obviously, Rodrigo Rodriguez, a guy that has pitched some lately for CIU. He, as well as fellow freshman Peyton Evans, also has seen a good amount of time this year on the mound. And then, of course, a guy that has been used sparingly this season is Josh Hernandez, but we know the impact he has and the velocity that he throws with. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Deuce Bailey maybe get some time at catcher, and Hernandez maybe DH for some of Game 2, and then maybe come in and throw 1 or 2 innings towards the end of that 7-inning game. Full count here against Chris Allen, as Kelly looking for his second strikeout, as that is fouled off over towards the CIU bullpen. There's someone warming up in the bullpen right now for the Rams. Can't tell who it is from over here. It looks like maybe Kyler Clark, actually. He's looking for his first appearance in a varsity game this season, as Chris Allen goes down. So 2 strikeouts for Kelly. So not a bad start to the inning for him. Gave up that hit early on, runner on first, but Kelly with 2 strikeouts here in this 6th inning. That is inside, ball 1. One 1-0 pitch coming as that is high 2-0 now. And Cade, we're starting to see some of the more veteran guys like Jackson Kelly, who early on in the program maybe didn't see a lot of time, but as this program matures, guys in the program mature, see them starting to make a bigger impact here on the CIU baseball program as some of these veterans start to kind of leave a little bit of a legacy for the Rams.
Experience is going to do that. With time, players are going to improve. They're going to fine-tool their mechanics a little bit. They work with Jonathan Johnson, who obviously has a long, long history in the game of baseball, dating all the way back to as far as state days in the mid-'90s, and then going on to play Major League Baseball. So if players can come in and learn under him, learn under that tutelage, then, yeah, they're going to really hone in on their craft. You're going to see improvement from year to year, and especially players who get into the program and stay in the program for a couple of seasons, it's going to be a big change.
And CIU baseball kind of going through almost a sophomore slump as Kelly walks Vigent, and the Rams, after having such a good year last season, were almost due for a little bit of a rougher year this year, especially with the challenging schedule that they played in the non-conference. Coach Johnson could have easily scheduled teams that he could have got wins over early on, but choosing instead to play a bunch of top 25 teams. But then, of course, in the conference, you expect a little bit of a better record. But still, this team is learning, growing, only third year of existence in the program. So not something, I think here at CIU we're too worried about for the future.
Of note in at shortstop as well, speaking of sophomores, is another sophomore, and Rafi Gonzalez stepping in at shortstop.
Gonzalez, his first appearance of this series. Gonzalez got hurt in the Tennessee Wesleyan series, actually, a few weeks ago, and hasn't seen much time since, but came back last week against Montreat, had several decent at-bats, as that is a fly ball to right field to send us to the bottom of the inning. And so we will hopefully get a look at Rafi Gonzalez in the lineup here in the bottom of this inning. Back in just a minute on the CIU Sports Network. So Josh Hernandez to lead things off for CIU in this bottom of the sixth inning. Hernandez has been fairly quiet today. Was walked once. as he hits one to shallow right field, and that is caught by the second baseman. As Ward Hacklin up to bat now for CIU. Hacklin, a guy that the Rams would love to get going, especially in game 2. One 0. Time called as Hacklin will readjust. Two-0 pitch, and that is off the hip of Hacklin, so he will reach first after getting hit by that pitch. Bringing up Buddy Bleasdale. Bleasdale today 1 for 2 with that double. Again, as we mentioned before, Bleasdale, the leader in doubles for CIU so far this season. And Bleasdale will duck out of the way of that one as Hacklin easily advances to second on the wild pitch. And got a guy warming up in the St. Andrews bullpen.
Hey, right back to the store.
I can't turn around. Thank you.
2-0. So RI maybe wearing out a little bit here in the 6th inning. Hacklin over there on second, but 3 balls to Bleasdale. First pitch was at Bleasdale's head, ducked out of the way. And that gets to the far right corner of the zone there, as that's the first strike, 3-1. And Bleasdale will smack one to left field, and that is gone. Buddy Bleasdale adds 2 runs for CIU to cut this lead down to 11-4, and I'm sure we'll see a pitching change here momentarily for St. Andrews as things starting to go a little south for Soturu RI after having a solid first 5 innings. Change certainly coming for the Knights. So looks like assistant coach, I believe that is Matt Pollock out there to talk with his guy on the mound. And all right, we'll stay out there That'll bring up Rob Bell. That was Bleasdale's second home run of the season. Not a guy you see hit a lot of long balls. He's a guy that gets stuff in the gap and gets stuff on the ground a lot. Hard hit balls on the ground. You know, makes big plays for doubles, stretches plays out, but there he got a hold of it, hit it right over in that left field corner, as that is 1-1. Rob Bell, another guy who also can bring a lot of offensive firepower to this Rams lineup. Bell is 1 for 2 today, has 1 RBI. Add that shot to right field. That scored a run. And that one hit back to the pitcher and just tossed over there for the 1-3 out. That'll bring up Shane Hammonds. Here's strike 1. So, Coach Andy Fox content to let his freshman pitcher try to go the full 6 innings. 0-2. Stayed in there after he gave up that home run to Bleasdale. Trying to pick up a strikeout now. 0-2. And he will do just that as Hammonds goes down. We will head to the 7th. Rams add 2 runs in the 6th, but still down 7 runs. Kyler Clark, first look at the freshman this season for CIU on the mound now. First appearance of the year will come against St. Andrews. 2 balls, no strikes, as he will face off against Izzo. And that one hit to Trujillo, who makes the easy out to Bleasdale. Clark from Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, Trinity Christian Academy. As this will bring up Joshua Benfield. Here's the pitch from Clark. That one singled to center field by Benfield. St. Andrews now with 14 hits so far in this game. Impressive number for them. At a little outside, but called a strike. 0-1. One. That one will take a St. Andrews bounce past Gonzalez. So 2 runners on now for the Knights. That'll bring up Frank Salomon from Greensboro, North Carolina. Take a look at the day Salomon's had so far. He's 1 for 4, has struck out twice. So Clark maybe will get his first strikeout victim here, as that is hit on the ground. And Bleasdale is a little off the bag. Play is made at second, but Bleasdale not there at first. But Coach Johnson will discuss with the umpire. Maybe looking for a little runner's interference here. I'll say I have not seen a call overturned this year after a coach talks to an umpire, but maybe just getting an explanation. And yeah, things will stay the same. Runners in the corners. Now Coach Johnson will so umpires will discuss. That's just a minute on CIU Sports Network.
The runner stopped. He stopped like walking away, so I don't know if like Rafi ran into him or.
It's hard. I didn't see the play because I'm behind here. It's hard to see.
I mean, honestly, either the runner ran into Rafi and then Jan held the throw because he didn't want to hit him and then threw it. Something right here was a delay because he took forever getting third because he stopped.
They were here in the corner. It's amazing how big the crowd is right now. I'm like,
My brother, when he was younger, I think he was devastated when he found out that I was I think he was devastated.
and everything stays
I
the
was
same.
devastated. It's like he lost something that day.
So after discussion, I'm still talking with Coach Johnson over there at first base. But no runners interference at second, as hard to go back and look at that without video, as that'll put runners in the corners, 2 outs, and bring up Jackson Snyder in his third at-bat today. Snyder will hit one that bounces over the head of Maldonado, and he will get around to second on the throw as 1 run scores, makes it 12-4. That one drops low. 1-0.
For real?
Good pitch there by Clark, as he'll knock the count up at 1-1.
Oh yeah, get that. That's fair.
That is popped up fair and caught by Gonzalez to send us into the bottom of the 7th. Rams give up 1 run in the top of the inning, trail 12-4. So Slade Glenn on the mound for St. Andrews. This is Glenn's 4th appearance of the season. Has very little stats. 5 strikeouts on the year. An ERA of an ERA of 0 right now, as really has not appeared in very many games at all. Glenn, a graduate student from Spartanburg, comes to St. Andrews by way of Mars Hill University, so assuming he was a Division II, NCAA Division II athlete prior to coming to St. Andrews. 3-1. Trujillo will take his base after being walked, bringing up Jan Maldonado.
Batting for baseman, Jan Maldonado.
So Trujillo over there at first. That one low and away. Ball 1.
Breathe up there, baby. Come on.
That is fouled off by Maldonado. Again, game 2 will follow this one. Well, game 3 of the series, game 2 of the doubleheader. Following this one will be 7 innings. That pitch high, does not quite drop down in time. So 2-1.
Right back in there. Come on, kid.
And there is the strike. 2-2 now. That is fouled off. St. Andrews, a lot of freshman pitchers, actually. Glenn, one of the few older guys, as that's 3-2. Full count here. So Glenn walked the first batter he faced, which was Trujillo, trying to avoid that now with Maldonado. But he will walk Maldonado as well. So back-to-back walks for Glenn, as Rafi Gonzalez at bat now for the Rams. Gonzalez checks that swing. 1-0.
I'm shaking in my boots.
They come to me sometimes to tell me why my weight is on this. You're disrespecting that. I don't care. We got a pinch runner, Chase Hadley.
Chase Hadley will pinch run over at first for Maldonado.
Matt, when they ask that, I'm saying you should be focused on playing, not a song.
I know.
That's why they don't come bother me.
That one gets away from the catcher, as both runners will advance.
Hey, right here, 20.
So 2 balls, no strikes. Runner on third, runner on second for CIU. A little outside, but it gets in there. Strike 1.
So anything over the plate's a ball.
As Gonzalez will hit a fly ball to left field. And Trujillo scores on the Rafi Gonzalez sac fly. So bringing up Carter Willis now for the Rams. Willis fouls that one off the stem of the bat. 0-1. So Hadley over there at second after Trujillo scores on the sac fly. That one is well outside as Izzo had to leap out to grab that. So 1-1. A pitch low. 2 balls, 1 strike. Deuce Bailey on deck with be his first at bat of the day. He replaced Hernandez. That one drops down over the plate, so 2-2.
Home now, Slade, home now. Repeat it, kid. Best pitch.
The 2-2 pitch from Slade. Fouled off. Count will stay at 2-2.
Hey, way to throw it right down the middle, Slade. That was a beautiful pitch.
3 balls, 2 strikes, full count here. That pitch is high and now that will walk Willis. And that'll bring up Deuce Bailey. And Andrews wants to talk with Slade for a minute here after that walk. So we'll be back in just a minute on the CIU Sports Network.
Okay. Yeah, there we go.
So Deuce Bailey in his first at-bat as new pitcher in for St. Andrews. This is Charlie Tortorici, the 5'8" graduate student out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. Stafford High School graduate as 1-1. I'll make it 1-2 as Tortorici looking for his first strikeout against his first batter faced. Two runners on, Willis over at first, Hadley at second. That's well outside. Izzo through to second. And there's the strikeout as Bailey goes down, bringing up Ward Hacklin. That's well inside, around the waist of Hacklin. 1-0. That'll be a fly ball to right field. Caught to end the inning. Rams add one in the seventh. Makes it 12-5 here on the CIU Sports Network. Chris Allen will face Kyler Clark to start this eighth inning. And fouled off. That one hit over into the trees behind the Rams dugout. 0-2. Low and away. 1-2 count now. So Chris Allen not willing to go down after those 2 early strikes. Fouls that off. That one in the dirt. 2-2. Outside, and Clark picks up his first strikeout of the year. Good job by the freshman. 1 out, nobody on here in the top of the 8th inning. Two balls, no strikes, 1 out. And Vigent will take his base as runner on first now, 1 out. Pitch from Clark. And there's a double from Noah Lawson. So Lawson picks up the double, advances the runner over to third, and brings up Greg Izzo. Good pitch there from Clark to start things off against Izzo. 0-1. Fouled off the end of the bat. Let me go 0-2. So Clark trying to pick up his second strikeout of this inning. Clark shakes off the sign from Bailey. That pitch is high. 4-1. Izzo, good hit by him, will add 2 runs. So the RBI or 2 RBI single from Izzo. And pinch runner coming in for Izzo is number 30, Caden Santucci. Oh, 0-1. Santucci at first. That one gets away from Bailey as Santucci will get over to second. Bailey able to block that one. 2-1. Pitch from Clark. A little outside, but it'll get in there. 2-2. 1 out, runner on second. That is fouled up. Fouled off. 2-2. Two. That pitch in the dirt. Full count. And Clark will walk Benfield. That'll bring up Castillo. Oh, 1. And Castillo will take his base. That one Hit to right field and caught. Runner will score on the sac fly. Gonzalez makes the out on the fielder's choice to end the inning. Rams down 15-5 heading into the bottom of the eighth. So Buddy Bleasdale up to bat for CIU. You're in the bottom of the eighth inning. Order DG on the mound for St. Andrews. Ritchie so far has pitched .2 innings with a 1 strikeout. Faced only 2 batters. That is popped up and caught in right field. As Rob Bell at the plate for CIU. That one is a little outside, 2-0. Bell fouls that off, 2-1. Three-one now. Hammond's on deck for CIU. That is fouled off by Bell. So full count as Cordell Ritchie gets his way back into the count. Looking for his second strikeout of the afternoon. And that will drop low around below the knees of Bell. And Bell will walk, bringing up Shane Hammonds. Big swing and miss there from Hammonds. He's a 1-1. Ball number 2, 2-1 now. Bell over there leading off a little bit on first, and the throw back over to first, but Bell gets back to the bag. And Hammonds hits a fly ball to left center field where it's caught by the left fielder for out number 2. Trujillo batting now for CIU. That one chopped foul. Trujillo may have caught himself on the foot a little bit. He'll shake it off. As Izzo discusses with his pitcher. 15-5, bottom of the 8th. Here at Miller Field. And Trujillo will line out to first. And that will do it here at Miller Field in Game 1 of this doubleheader as the Rams fall 15-5 to St. Andrews. We'll be back in about 20-25 minutes here on the CIU Sports Network as Cade Crenshaw will be on the call for Game 2. Be back just a minute on the CIU Sports Network.
With that, we welcome you into the series finale between Columbia International and St. Andrews from Miller Field on a Saturday afternoon on the CIU Sports Network. Kate Crenshaw with you all, and this should be a pretty exciting showdown. These two teams, you look back at games 1 and 2 in the series, well, it's been dominated by St. Andrews, especially on the scoreboard. A dominating victory last night, 11-4. They come into game 2 and do much of the same, cruising to a 10-run victory, 15-5 in 8 innings. Now fast forward to the series finale. Well, Columbia International has to feel a lot better about who they're putting out there as a starting pitcher, and the right-hander Christian Orr. And especially it's good to see Orr back on the hill after missing over a month's time earlier on in the season due to a hip injury. But Christian Orr, the Atlanta, Georgia native, steps out, set to make his 5th appearance of the year and 3rd start. With just 9 innings under his belt, Orr enters with an ERA at 10 and a strikeout-to-walk ratio of 7 strikeouts to 6 free passes. Going to want to clean that up a little bit and especially shut down a St. Andrews offense that sits near the top of the AAC, second just behind behind second-ranked Tennessee Wesleyan. St. Andrews comes in with a team batting average of .308, and we mentioned those scores moments ago. A lot of it has worked out much of that way. This offense has come here and they've dominated from the very jump. Everyone's set to lead things off. Partly cloudy skies, 70 degrees as we get things underway in this series finale. Righty-on-righty matchup against Chris Allen, the left fielder. Orr fires. First pitch swing driven into left field. Coming up as Hammonds. He gloves it for the first out of the ball game. 1 pitch, 1 out for Christian Orr. Puts 1 away and brings up Nate Vigent, second baseman, batting nearly .400 this season. He nears 50 hits on the year. Righty on lefty. Orr winds and deals. First pitch down and in. Ball 1. Defensively, the infield set standard for Columbia International. 320 to the corners, 400 to straightaway center. 1-0 offering. Vigent drives this ball out of play deep down the right field line into the tree line out in the far corner of the field. Vigent, 3 home runs this season, but 13 doubles. Coming in, ranks 4th in the conference. 1-1 pitch. Popped out of play once again, this time, though, opposite way, back over the left side for strike 2. Christian Orr has to be happy so far with how he's dealt. The top of the order for the first time. You sit down Chris Allen on a 1-pitch flyout. Now Nate Vigent stands in on a 2-strike count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch. Called strike 3 on the outside edge. Vigent goes down looking on 4 pitches, and Christian Orr has had a stellar start through 2 batters. He'll look to complete it with a 1-2-3 inning, though it'll have to go through Noah Lawson, St. Andrews shortstop. First pitch off of the plate, ball 1. Righty-on-righty matchup for Lawson, 283 hitter. From the windup, the 1-0. Taken for strike 1 on the outer edge. Lawson, a senior out of Clafton, North Carolina, fouls off what'll be strike 2 on a 1-2 count. St. Andrews looking to pick up number 29 on the year in the win column. So they step in 28-8. Orr delivers the 1-2. Called strike 3 on the outer edge. Back-to-back strikeouts for Christian Orr makes up a 1-2-3 inning as we still stand scoreless midway through the first from Columbia. Back on the CIU Sports Network, we make our way into the bottom of the first inning where we'll take our first look at the Rams offense in the series finale against St. Andrews. It'll be Rafi Gonzalez, Josh Hernandez, and Britton Morris leading off the top of the Rams batting order here this evening. Meanwhile, they'll match up against Tyler Barfield, the true freshman right-hander. Steps in for St. Andrews with an ERA of .319 through 31 innings pitched, with 37 strikeouts to just 10 walks. An incredible nearly 3-to-1, almost 4-to-1 strikeout ratio for Barfield, who is a Laurinburg, North Carolina native, grew up right there around the St. Andrews campus, and now gets to don the blue and gray. Meanwhile, for the ninth, they are in those gray uniforms. Blue script across the front in St. Andrews, blue numerals along the back, the blue caps and the white lettering, the white pants and the blue stripe. And if you're Barfield, you've got the knee-high blue socks. Across the way for Columbia International and their home blues, CIU written in gold across the chest with gold numerals and white pants, the blue stripe down the sides with their blue batting helmets. It'll be righty on lefty to get things underway as Rafi Gonzalez steps in. The sophomore batting .200 midway through the season. First pitch. Misses down low a little bit. Misses down low in the zone. Ball one. Barfield resets, offers the 1-0. Grounded the right side of the infield. Second baseman Vigents there. The throw's in time for the first out. Gonzalez retired on 2 pitches. In will stand Josh Hernandez, the senior catcher, hometown kid. We talk about Barfield growing up in Laurinburg off the campus of St. Andrews. Well, Hernandez, much of the same. Right here from Columbia, South Carolina, grew up right around the campus of CIU and decided to be a part, one of the pillars early on of this young program just in their 3rd season in the NAIA. Barfield, first pitch. Skips in the dirt, ball one, in a righty-on-righty matchup. Hernandez, an even .300 hitter, coming into this series finale with a team-high 6 home runs. 1-0. Grounded foul, third base side, back towards the St. Andrews dugout. 4-mile-per-hour winds is creating somewhat of a nice, enjoyable breeze. Not really noticeable, though, you would think, to make an impact on the game. Flag in left center really not being affected. 1-1 pitch. Hernandez swung through, up and out, missing for strike 2. Defensively, the Knights set standard with the bases cleared and 1 away. Barfield, the 1-2. Fastball popped up and out of play over the first base dugout and into the forestry. Fifth pitch of the at-bat upcoming. From the windup, the 1-2. Hernandez watches a pitch just nearly miss the outer half of the plate. Good job there behind the dish from Rosario. Tried framing up as best he could, but home plate umpire Dave Odom would not go for the call. 2-2 punch. Nearly at the hips of Hernandez. Dips out of the way of it. Well inside. Count all full. No score in the bottom of the first inning with St. Andrews and Columbia International. Bases clear, 1 away. Hernandez at the dish. Payoff pitch on the way. Grounded right side of the infield once again on a weird hop. Vigent is able to handle it in the rib cage and flip it over in time, but that ball nearly got away from him. He was just able to bring it in best he could and make the throw over. 2 up, 2 down early on in the bottom of the first inning, both on groundouts to Vigent at second. Meanwhile, Britton Morris looks to switch things up and give some type of a spark early on in this game for CIU. First pitch. Called strike 1 on the outer half to the lefty hitter Morris. It's righty-on-lefty matchup. Morris, true freshman out of New Zion, South Carolina. 0-1. Breaking ball on the curve. Called strike 2. Bottom half of the zone, right at the knees. Barfield, 1-2. Skips it in the dirt. Count evened up at count now 1-2. Barfield peering in, winding and dealing. Hard hit ball, high in the air, trailing it back towards the fencing, gets it off the top of the wall. Morris at second, he looked at three, will hold up there. And Britton Morris with a 2-out double. Off the very top of the wall. Boy, he was an inch or two away from leaving the yard. Instead, he stands at second base with a 2-out double. And he'll stand the designated hitter in the cleanup spot, Ward Hacklin. Morris at second. Hacklin at the dish, team high 364 batting average. First pitch with 2 outs. High and inside, ball 1 at the letters. Tyler Barfield, 37 strikeouts, coming in to what is his 9th start of the season. 1-0 pitch, bottoms out. Count 2-0. 37 strikeouts coming in so far. A pair of ground outs and a double surrendered. Moore stands at second with 2 away in the bottom of the first inning of a scoreless contest. 2-0. Hanging up high on the curve is ball 3. Hacklin has not taken the bat off the shoulder, not once yet. He's well ahead in the hitter's count, 3-0. And now we're going to see an intentional walk after 3 pitches to put Ward Hacklin aboard and bring up Buddy Bleasdale. Not too often you see coaches decide, well, I'm going to go ahead and put him on a 3-0 count, especially with 2 outs. But Coach Andy Fox wanting to play it safe and hope to get a ground ball for an easy force. You've got Morris at second, Hacklin at first with Bleasdale at the dish. 2 on, 2 down, bottom of the first. Rams looking to break open the scoring. First pitch to Bleasdale, fastball called strike 1 on the outer edge. Bleasdale, 3rd year after transferring in from USC Union. 0-1, trailing away, shuffling over is Rosario with the dirt. Even up the count at 1 apiece. Barfield trying to strand 2 Rams on the base paths. The 1-1. Bleasdale watches ball 2 miss off the bottom corner. Bleasdale out of the 5 spot. 2-1 pitch. Grounded right side of the infield. Vigence there, the throw in time for out number 3. A 2-out double does not prove any success. No score through 1 as the Rams strand 2. We'll be back for more after this from Columbia. We make our way into the top of the second inning. Still scoreless is Columbia International and St. Andrews, with the Knights coming back to the plate, hoping to find some type of a spark in their offense here in Game 3. You look back at the first two games in this conference series, well, double-digit runs in each of them for the Knights. Meanwhile, they went down in order in the first. Orr fires up and outside Greg Izzo for ball one. Izzo's caught the first two games in the series, stands in as a designated hitter in the finale. The 1-0. Missing at the letters, right across the plate, ball two. Orr trying to do a quick work. Winds and fires the 2-0 pitch. Swung through on the inner edge for strike one. Izzo was looking for the fences on that swing. Try to catch a pitch up near the hands. Now the 2-1 offering. Driven opposite way, high in the air, possibly in foul territory. Rob Bell looks to chase it down as it drops in the dirt along the fencing in the foul territory for strike two. Good battle back from Christian Orr, down early in the count. 2 balls, no strikes. A swing and miss, and now foul balls, even the count at 2 apiece. Orr winds and deals, 2-2. Popped up in the infield, tracing it back as Trujillo, just on the edging of the outfield grass. He reels it in for the first out in the top of the second inning. One away, and the base is clear for Joshua Benfield, who stepped in and had a tremendous series so far, and really tremendous season overall. 12 homers, batting .409 on the year as Orr misses off the plate, ball one. Righty on righty matchup. 1-0 pitch. Benfield, hard hit ball, driven deep into left field. Hammonds looks up at it, it's over the wall and gone. Joshua Benfield extends the home run total to 13 on the season, just grazing the left field wall. He lifts it out of here, and St. Andrews takes a 1-0 lead in the top of the second.
You good, Art? You good?
Big celebration for Benfield as he makes his way back into the dugout. And for a St. Andrews team that has now hit 41 homers as a squad, led by Benfield with 13, and also Chris Allen, their leadoff hitter, 13 as well. It's 1-0 St. Andrews as Christian Orr surrenders his first hit of the game to the fifth batter he faces. It's a costly one. Now first pitch to Frank Salambini, off the plate and away for ball one. Orr going to look to settle back in. The 1-0 pitch. Up high, ball two. Bases clear, one away. Righty on righty matchup. 2-0 pitch. Up high, near the eyes. Ball three, or missing up and in. 3-0 count, Salambini. Pitch inside for ball four. That ball is a little bit closer to the zone, but too far towards the jersey of Salambini, as he'll take first base on 4 tosses to put one aboard with 1 out for Jackson Snyder. Snyder, the third baseman, batting in the 7 hole. Or first pitch. Bunt down the third baseline. It's a beauty. Bleasdale picks it up from third. The throw just in time. Snyder put that bunt exactly where he needed it to and didn't catch, or should I say, no one was expecting that bunt to be laid down. But a good play from Bleasdale to charge up the line, gun down to throw it first. 2 away in the top of the second as Salambini advances to second on the sacrifice bunt, and will step Samuel Rosario. Already's at the belt. Fires with 2 outs. Down low in the dirt, ball one. St. Andrews up 1-0. Home run moments ago from Joshua Benfield on a solo shot. The 1-0 pitch. Lifted into center field, stepping up is Hood, and he'll reel it in for the third out. Well, St. Andrews takes an early 1-0 lead, courtesy of Joshua Benfield's 13th home run of the season. And the Knights lead it 1-0 as we make our way into the bottom of the second. We return to Columbia. Back for the bottom of the second inning. St. Andrews on top of Columbia International early. 1-0 courtesy of a solo home run from Joshua Benfield moments ago in the top half. Meanwhile, the Rams will look to respond, led off by Robert Bell in the 6 hole. Tyler Barfield, righty on lefty matchup, winds and deals. First pitch in the dirt, in the middle of the plate for ball 1. Bell stepping in as a 276 hitter. 1-0 pitch. Left side, called strike 1 on the outer edge. Fastball at 82. Barfield, 1-1. Called strike 2 in the same exact spot, same exact pitch, same exact speed. 82 fastball, outer edge, middle of the zone. Bell's looked at 2 of them. 1-2 dealing. Down in the dirt, skipping across the plate, count evened up at 2 apiece. Rob Bell, Cody Trujillo, and Shane Hammonds due up in the order for Columbia International. 2-2 punch. Swung through for strike 3. First strikeout of the afternoon for Tyler Barfield. And count it number 38 on the season as Bell goes down on swings for the first out in the bottom of the second. Rams trailing by a run. Cody Trujillo looks on. A righty-on-righty matchup. First pitch from Barfield. At the knees, well inside on Trujillo, though he stands in the box and was willing to take it. Luckily, it missed him. Count 1-0. Barfield firing. Breaking ball, called strike 1 at 82. Barfield 1-1. Sliced out of play, back over to the right side into the netting behind home plate for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Trujillo. The graduate student out of Greenville, South Carolina. 1-2 dealing. Down in the dirt. It's ball 2. Bases clear, 1 away. 2-2 offering. Down in the dirt is ball 3. For Cody Trujillo out of Eastside High School in the upstate of South Carolina. Barfield comes home for the payoff. Swung through for strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts for Tyler Barfield against the 6 and 7 hitters in the Rams' order. Put 2 away in the bottom half of the second. Bring up Shane Hammonds. The left fielder will look to sort of spark Columbia International's offense that has really struggled against St. Andrews this series, following a game 2 earlier this afternoon, 15-5. 2-out pitch to Hammonds. Called strike 1 on the outer edge to the righty hitter. Hammonds hitting 173 this season. Watches the 0-1 pitch hit the same exact spot. 0-2 to the left fielder. Oh-2 punch swung through for strike 3. Tyler Barfield retires the side. All on strikeouts. We're through 2 in Columbia. St. Andrews on top, 1-0 ahead of Columbia International from the CIU Sports Network. Back for the top of the third. St. Andrews on top of Columbia International, 1-0 in the series finale in AAC play. Christian Orr back on the bump for CIU with a pair of strikeouts to his credit, but the damage started happening there in the second inning. The lone run scoring on a solo homer from Joshua Benfield. Now the first time he faces Chance Bloom, first pitch taken for a strike on a fastball, outer edge, middle of the zone. Righty on lefty matchup, the 0-1 offering. Popped up down the third baseline into foul territory. Bleasdale trying to track it down, but it's going to fall on the opposite side of the fencing from the field for a quick strike 2. A lot of running there from Bleasdale along with shortstop Rafi Gonzalez trying to get to that baseball. But even if they had elite speed, it was going to be out of their grasp. Bloom, sophomore out of Dublin, Georgia. Orr fires the 0-2 pitch. Down into the knees for ball 1. Bloom one step out, right back in the box. He'll now call time to readjust the white batting gloves. Digs in the right foot in front of the batter's box. Orr winds and deals. 1-2 pitch bottoms out, even up the count at 2 apiece. St. Andrews looking to extend their conference record to 14-4 on the year. Christian Orr, the pitch 2-2, grounded right side. Morris comes off the bag from first. Pass over to Orr, and he's able to step on the bag in time for the first out in the top of the third inning. Back to the top of the order we go, and Chris Allen, the left fielder, 0 for 1 this afternoon with a first pitch flyout to lead off today's game in the first. Looks on with 1 out in the top of the third inning. He'll swing through the first pitch he sees, up and away. A 1 pitch for Moore. Grounded back into the backstop into foul territory for a quick 2 strikes. Chris Allen has been eager at the plate. He's seen 3 pitches so far today and has swung on all 3 of them. The 0-2 offering, down and away for ball 1. Just you say he swings at the first 3, holds off on the 4th one. Bases clear, 1 out, 1-2. Called strike 3 on the outer half. Chris Allen couldn't believe it. Turned around and looked back at the home plate umpire for quite some time before making his way back to the Knights dugout. 3rd strikeout of the ball game for Christian Orr, 10th of the season. Nobody on, 2 down for Nate Vigent. Showed bunt as Orr missed off the plate for ball 1. Interesting enough, all 3 strikeouts for Christian Orr today have been looking. One of those 3 strikeouts was Vigent, who's back at the dish. 1-0. Bottoming out is ball 2. Vigent, graduate student of Warwick, Rhode Island. 2-0 pitch down in the bottom of the zone, called strike 1. Two-one pitch from Orr. Popped up left side. Foul territory. Bleasdale tracking it down, but it's going to sail out of play to even the count at 2 apiece. Two balls, 2 strikes to Vigent. Orr winding and firing. Down and away is ball 3. St. Andrews on top, 1-0 in the top of the 3rd inning. A solo homer from Joshua Benfield back in the 2nd, the lone run scored today. Payoff pitch. Breaking ball lasered over the extended glove of a leaping Bloody Bleasdale into left field. It sails, and Nate Vigent is aboard with a 2-out single. Vigent looks on at first for Noah Lawson, the shortstop looking to extend the Knights' lead with a base runner. Lawson, a senior out of Clafton, North Carolina, Reagan High School. 1 on, 2 down. Orr fires and gets a swing and miss for strike 1 on a pitch that was low and away. Orr readies at the belt. Peering in. Now the 0-1. Fastball up high. Count evened up at 1 apiece. One on the way. Lawson up down the first base line. Moore is trying to track it down to the fencing, but he won't get there in time. It could have been a playable ball, but Morris was trying to make the over-the-shoulder grab, and it fell about 2 feet in front of his running speed. It'll drop down for strike 2. A runner on at first, that's Vigent. He reached on a single moments ago. With 2 outs, it's a 1-2 count to Lawson. Or peering in for the sign from Hernandez. The 1-2. Vigent running in the dirt. Throw down to second. In time. And Vigent can't believe it. He's talking to the umpires. He's walking off the field. Thrown out from Josh Hernandez from behind the plate, and that'll be the end of the top of the 3rd. St. Andrews leads it 1-0 on the CIU Sports Network.
We make our way into the bottom of the third inning. St. Andrews on top of Columbia International 1-0 in the series finale of this conference matchup. For Columbia International, it'll be 9-1-2 due up in the order, led off by Aaron Hood, the center fielder. First time we've seen him in this series. Hood, a true freshman out of Easley, South Carolina, batting .231 this year. Across 13 games, and he's made just 13 plate appearances. A pair of runs batted in. He leads off the bottom of the third inning for his first plate appearance in this one. First pitch from Barfield. Skipping into the dirt, back to the backstop, and it's called a strike. Jonathan Johnson now walking up from the third base coach's box, saying that he couldn't believe Hood did not swing. That pitch was skipped back into the dirt. Home plate umpire is not saying that he swung. He's saying that was just in the strike zone. That was a called strike that was allegedly dropped by the catcher. She's something new every day. Counts 1-0 to Hood. Pitch on the way. Off the plate, ball 2. Make that a 1-1 count. 1-1 offer. Hood swung through, up and away for strike 2. Barfield 1-2. Down in the dirt. Count evened up at 2 apiece. Hood stepping out of the box, now back in. Barfield peering in for the 2-2 punch. Grounded off the plate, foul. As Hood stays alive on 2 strikes. Two dealing. Breaking ball, bottoming out for ball 3. Payoff pitch soon to come as we lead off the bottom of the third. The 3-2. Hood, high fly ball into shallow right center field. Charging is Salambini. From right field, he makes the grab on the run for the first out in the third inning. And that takes us back to the top in leadoff hitter Rafi Gonzalez. Sophomore shortstop 0 for 1. The ground out to second base back in the first inning. Barfield winding and dealing. First pitch swung on and missed for strike 1 from Gonzalez. Oh, 1. Hit high in the air to center field, moving over his Bloom, moving to his left, more towards right center. He reels it in for the second out. Back-to-back flyouts for Columbia International as they trail 1-0 with just 1 hit to their credit. That was Britton Morris with a 2-out double back in the first. He'll be in the on-deck circle for Josh Hernandez at the plate. Hernandez 0 for 1 with a ground out to second base back in the first inning as well, mirroring what Gonzalez did. 2-out toss from Barfield. Fouled back into the netting behind home plate for strike 1. A 1 pitch. Hernandez hit high in the air, shallow outfield grass, and actually going to stay on the infield. Lawson moves over from short to bring it in for the third out. 3 flyouts summarizes up the bottom of the third inning for Columbia International as they trail by 1 through 3 on the CIU Sports Network. We make our way into the top of the fourth inning. St. Andrews on top of Columbia International, 1-0 in the series finale between these two foes. The lone run coming back in the second inning on a solo shot from Joshua Benfield. He'll be due up third in this frame, but is led off by Noah Lawson, senior shortstop out of Platte, North Carolina. Righty-on-righty matchup, Christian Orr, as he winds and fires. Off the plate it dips for ball one. Lawson struck out looking back in the first, one of 3 strikeouts to Orr's credit. A 1-0 pitch, lifted into right field. Rob Bell initially stepped back, now will move towards the ball as he'll reel it in for the first out of the frame. One away and the base is clear for Greg Izzo, the designated hitter. Out of Fort Mill, South Carolina, just along the North Carolina and South Carolina border. Izzo flew out in the infield back in the second. First pitch from Orr. Hard hit ball into center field. Moving up under it is Hood. He'll camp his feet there for the second out of the inning. A quick 2 up, 2 down for the 3 and 4 hitters in the order for St. Andrews, but with just one swing of the bat, this game can change, and that's exactly what happened back in the second inning last time Joshua Benfield was at the dish. His 13th long ball of the year left the wall over the left side, over the left field fencing. First pitch for Christian Orr off the plate, ball one. Bases clear, 2 away, 1-0 pitch. Benfield watches strike one get called in the bottom half of the zone. 1-1 punch. Breaking ball up and in. Missing at the letters for ball two. As he'll put Benfield on for Frank Salambini. The right fielder, we mentioned 2 free passes dealt out by Orr. Well, Salambini was the other. Back in the second inning. Walked on just 4 pitches. Benfield on at first with 2 away. Righty on righty, Orr fires. Back into the netting. Goes the foul ball for strike one. Oh, 1 pitch. Fastball missing upstairs to even the count at 1 apiece. One, too high. Once again, it's ball 2. Barfield on it first with 2 away. Orr peering in the 2-1 pitch. Salambini tried checking his swing. Instead, he'll foul it off near the handle of the barrel back into the first base dugout of the Rams. Two balls, 2 strikes. Pitch on the way. Swung through for strike 3. 4 strikeouts on the afternoon for Christian Orr. As our score remains, St. Andrews leading 1-0 midway through the 4th on the CIU Sports Network. We make our way into the bottom of the fourth inning. St. Andrews still leading 1-0 over Columbia International. The only run in this contest coming back in the second with a solo homer from Joshua Benfield, his 13th of the season. And really since, we haven't seen much offense from either squad. Just one run combined, with St. Andrews leading the hit category 2-1. And the only hit for Columbia International was a first inning 2-out double for Britton Morris, who leads off this ball game in the bottom of the fourth. Morris, true freshman out of New Zion, South Carolina, Lawrence Manning Academy. It'll be a righty-on-lefty matchup with Barfield from the Hill. He's got 3 strikeouts to his credit this afternoon with no free passes dealt out. First pitch from Barfield. Swung on, out of play, into foul territory over the third base side and onto the softball field for strike 1. Morris, a .286 hitter so far this season through 19 games. Barfield delivers the 0-1 pitch. Plunging into the dirt. Count evened up at 1 apiece. Pair of true freshmen facing off. Barfield offers up the 1-1. Missing inside at the knees is ball 2. Tyler Barfield, true freshman out of Laurinburg, North Carolina, which is the home to St. Andrews. Comes home with the 1-2. Down in the dirt to even it up at 2 apiece. Barfield was the quarterback for his high school football team. Ended up tearing his ACL. And this is the first time he's pitched this season since his junior year in high school. He was cleared fully in January as the 2-2 pitch is fouled off to the right side by Morris. Cleared fully in January to start throwing, and now, not even 3 months later, he's leading the charge for the Knights. 2-2 punch. Inside, a late called strike 3 on Britt Morris. 4th strikeout of the afternoon for Tyler Barfield. The first batter, he sat down looking, and Morris really couldn't believe it. Kind of rolled the eyes around in his head. Looked at the umpire for quite a while before making his way back over to the first base dugout. Nonetheless, it's 1 away, and the base is clear for Ward Hacklin. The cleanup designated hitter. First pitch from Barfield. Skipping across the plate is ball 1. Righty-on-righty matchup. 1-0 pitch. Up at the letters is ball 2. Hacklin, a graduate student out of Irmo, South Carolina, grew up just about 25 minutes down the road here, Dutch Fork High School. 2-0. Called strike 1, down and in on Hacklin. 6'1" frame in the box, near the back of the batter's box as well. 2-1. Breaking ball, catches him looking at strike 2, elevated. Great response from Barfield, was down early in the count, has now brought it back with back-to-back strikes. The 2-2 make it 3 in a row. Strike 3 called on the outer edge. 3 straight strikes thrown from Tyler Barfield. After falling down in the count 2-0, he battles back for his 5th strikeout of the afternoon, and he's now going back-to-back here in the 4th. Very reminiscent. You look back in the second frame where he struck out the side. So far, he's 2/3 of the way there in the 4th. Buddy Bleasdale at the dish. First pitch. Called strike 1 on the inner half. Bleasdale 0 for 1 today. A ground out to second base back in the first inning. With Rob Bell on deck. Bases clear, 2 down. The 0-1. Skipping in the dirt. Keeps it up at 1-1. 1-1 pitch. Up high is ball 2. St. Andrews on top, 1-0. Bottom of the 4th inning of this 7-inning contest, so we are over the halfway point. 2-1 toss. Missing at the chin of Bleasdale for ball 3. St. Andrews in their road grays with the blue lettering and blue numerals. Meanwhile, Columbia International in their navy home uniforms with CIU written in gold across the chest. 3-1 pitch to Bleasdale. Called strike 2 right down Broadway. Barfield from the windup. Payoff pitch. Plunging in the dirt is ball 4. And Buddy Bleasdale will get the first free pass dealt out from Tyler Barfield this afternoon as he'll take first base with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning in a 1-0 game. 1 on, 2 away for Robert Bell, the right fielder, out of Florida. 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Barfield comes set at the letters and fires. Fastball outer edge, called strike 1. Robert Bell just couldn't believe it. He's still looking at the home plate umpire. Now will shake his head off, take 2 steps out of the box and right back in. Count 0-1. Barfield deals. Breaking ball pitch just missing as he tried to dot that lower outer corner. Didn't get the nod. Count evened up at 1 apiece. 1-1 offering. Swung on, hit high in the air to right field. Backing up at the wall is Salambini, and he'll watch it leave. Rob Bell, a 2-run homer, gives Columbia International their first lead in the series over St. Andrews. It's 2-1 Rams in the bottom of the 4th. Bell's 4th homer of the season and 22nd of the year for Columbia International. And suddenly the Rams have shown life offensively. That was just their 2nd hit of the game. It's now 2-1 CIU. Inning continues with 2 outs for Cody Trujillo. The second baseman struck out swinging back in the 2nd inning. First pitch from Barfield falls at his knees for ball 1. One-oh pitch. Breaking ball, called a strike. What looked to be at the letters, but must have just found its way in the top of the zone. Barfield offers up the 1-1 pitch. It's a called strike 2 in the bottom half, and Trujillo just turns around and looks at the umpire in disbelief. That pitch was nearly in the dirt from my vantage point behind home plate. Nonetheless, that's why they pay me to call the games from the booth and not behind the plate. 1-2 pitch. Down low is ball 2. Just the first home run this season Tyler Barfield has surrendered in nearly 35 innings. 2-2 to Trujillo. Skipping across for ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes to the South Carolina native out of Greenville. 2 outs in the frame. Payoff pitch. Out and away is ball 4. Well, Cody Trujillo will draw the second walk of the frame dealt out by Barfield. He had came into this 4th inning with no free passes allowed. And after striking out the first 2 batters, well, he looked to be continuing his strong outing. Then he walked Bleasdale. He gives up the 2-run homer to Robert Bell. And now as Columbia International leads it 2-1, they also have a runner on at first in Trujillo for Shane Hammonds. Righty on righty with 2 outs. Bottom 4th. First pitch from Barfield. Low and away. Nice shuffle behind the dish from Rosario to go out and grab it. One-0. Outside, ball 2. Columbia International trying to take the series finale over St. Andrews and avoid the sweep. 2-0. Swung through on a big power swing upstairs from Hammonds for strike one. Barfield sent the fastball right past him. Two-one. Hammonds grounding it foul back over to the third base side. Now looks like the catcher Rosario kind of wincing in some pain behind the plate. Andy Fox, head coach now in his 6th season for St. Andrews, going to make his way out to check on his catcher. Rosario saying that hit him right off the forearm. He says, "I'm good, coach. I'll stick it out." Trujillo on at first with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning. Rams leading it by a run. Barfield comes set at 2-2. Hard hit ball down the line into left field. It's going to drop off the wall. Trujillo sprinting his way into third. He'll be held up there, and now he'll be relayed home. The throw's going to be close. The home plate umpire is going to say he's safe. Columbia International going up 3-1 on top of St. Andrews. Trujillo initially held up, and the throw came in a little bit late from left field. And Jonathan Johnson then sent him hard. It's 3-1 Rams with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th. Meanwhile, on the throw, Hammonds made his way all the way around to third base. And we're going to see Matt Pollock, pitching coach for St. Andrews, make his way out onto the mound. And we could see a change. We do have a lot of activity out in the St. Andrews bullpen. Coach Fox was telling us pregame, bullpen's in good shape if they need it. Plenty of depth to go around. It'll be Aaron Hood at the plate. He's 0 for 1 this afternoon with a flyout. Last time we saw him in the 3rd. Fast forward now in this 4th frame. Let's recap it for you. Columbia International leading it 3-1. First 2 runs coming across on a 2-run homer from Robert Bell, and then moments ago, a double from Shane Hammonds that then allowed Cody Trujillo to come around and score, and it's 3-1 Rams. It'll be Barfield remaining in this contest following the mound visit. With Hammonds on at third, you've got Hood at the dish with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning. Barfield fires first pitch. Plunging in the dirt is ball 1. One-0 offering. Called strike 1 in the bottom half. One swung through for strike 2. One, 2, Hood lifts it back up and out of play into the tree line over the first base side as he stays alive on 2 strikes. Two outs with runner on third. The 1-2 misses up high to even up the count at 2 apiece. Columbia International coming into today's game 13-25 on the year. But, you know, among those 38 games, they play 18 of them against top 25 competition. More on that. The 2-2. Hood goes down swinging for strike 3. Columbia International brings across 3 runs, highlighted by a 2-run homer from Robert Bell as they lead it by a pair over St. Andrews. We'll be back for the 5th inning on the CIU Sports Network. Back for the top of the fifth, Columbia International leading St. Andrews 3-1. As Jackson Snyder steps in the box from the right side to lead us off. First pitch from Christian Orr on the way. Fastball missing up and out for ball one. Snyder a sacrifice bunt back in the second inning for his lone plate appearance today. 1-0 pitch swung through for strike one. Orr, quick work. The 1-1 pitch. Dribbled foul back to the backstop for strike two. One-two Snyder, ground ball left side. Shortstop Rafi Gonzalez is there. The throw over cannot be scooped out by Morris in time. Tried doing the best he could, but the throw was a little bit short from Gonzalez. The leadoff runner is aboard in Snyder. Samuel Rosario steps in 0 for 1. First pitch, Rosario swung through for strike one. Last plate appearance for Snyder, officially ruled an E6. First error in today's ball game. 0-1 from Christian Orr. Popped up high in the air. Shallow right center field. You've got Rob Bell charging from right, but he's called off from Aaron Hood in center. He gloves it for the first out in the fifth. Keep in mind, this is just a 7-inning contest, so the final few frames in this one, Columbia International leading it by a pair. One on, one down. Pitch on the way to Bloom. Called strike one on the other edge. The 0-1. Called strike one. This time on the opposite half of the plate, on the outside. So Orr's going inside-outside. We'll see what the out pitch could be against Bloom with a runner on at first in Snyder. One away, the 0-2 punch. Trying to see if he would chase it out and away. It's ball one. Ground ball through the left side for a base hit. Gonzalez dove after it from short, but he couldn't quite get there. And that'll be a one-out single for Chance Bloom. Back at the top of the order we go, and Chris Allen, the Knights left fielder, uncharacteristically 0 for 2. Allen is a .259 hitter. Or looking to work out of the jam and keep the lead intact for Columbia International with 2 runners aboard and 1 out. Allen initially showed bunt, then pulled back as Orr missed off the plate for ball one. Christian Orr definitely going to be pitching for a ground ball, trying to find a barrel in hopes to flip the double plate. Runners at first and second, the 1-0. Swung through, tipped back into the catcher's glove from Allen. Even of the count at 1 apiece. Orr ready's at the belt. The 1-1. Swung through for strike two from Allen. He's going to take a trip around the catcher and the umpire, try to reset himself. Orr fires the 1-2 pitch. Ground ball left side. Gonzalez flip in time for one. Trujillo, the throw going to be late to first. And Jonathan Johnson comes out of the Rams dugout trying to appeal to the infield umpire, saying that the runner took out Trujillo at second. Umpire's not going to have any of it, though. Runners on the corners with 2 down. Allen will reach on the fielder's choice and bring up Nate Vigent. Vigent 1 for 2 this afternoon, a single last time up in the third. The base hit into left field. 2 out toss from Orr. Ground ball right side. Trujillo from second, flip over in time for the final out. Well, Christian Orr strands runners on the corners and keeps the 2-run lead intact for CIU. They lead it 3-1 midway through the 5th on the CIU Sports Network. We make our way into the bottom of the 5th inning as Columbia International leads St. Andrews 3-1. The Knights have made their first call to the bullpen of the ball game as Tyler Barfield's day is done. The starter went 4 strong for the Knights, allowing 3 runs, just 2 of which were earned, with 5 strikeouts to a single walk. Meanwhile, the call to the bullpen was made for Sean Taylor. The right-hander makes his 13th appearance on the year, one of their more reliable pieces out of the bullpen. With nearly 28 innings thrown, he enters with an ERA under 2 and 22 strikeouts to just 6 walks. Taylor out of Myrtle Beach. First pitch to Rafi Gonzalez is a called strike 1 on the outer edge. Righty-all-lefty matchup. Taylor, meanwhile, transfer in from Coker College. The 0-1 to Gonzalez. Bottoming out of the zone, just off the plate. Count evened up at 1 apiece. Gonzalez 0 for 2 today with a ground out and a fly out. The 1-1 pitch plunges below the zone for ball 2. Nice breaking ball from Taylor. Defensively, the infield set standard for the Knights. 2-1 offering. Missing just below the zone, right over the plate. Taylor's missing, but he's not missing by much. Gonzalez at just 5'6" in the box can sometimes alter that strike zone against pitchers. The 3-1 pitch. Made contact down the line into left field. Possible foul territory ball. Lawson moves over from short near the bullpen. He makes the grab on the run for the first out in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Sessions will close at 6 o'clock. Now batting number 13, catcher Josh Hernandez.
With 1 away, in will stand Josh Hernandez, the catcher, 0 for 2 today. As Columbia International leads it by a pair. Hit category even at 3 apiece. Righty on righty matchup. Taylor readies the letters, fires. Called strike one on the inside edge. Just a little bit of funkiness on that throw from Taylor, a little bit of hesitation as well on the windup with the leg. 0-1 on the way. Lifted opposite way, foul territory. It's going to sail out of reach of any fielder. Into the forestry it goes for strike two. Hernandez, a 300 hitter this season for the Rams with a team-high 6 home runs. Bases cleared, 1 away. The Rams lead it by 2. 2-strike toss, swung through from Hernandez for strike 3. Sean Taylor gets his first strikeout of the afternoon as he gets the second out in the bottom of the 5th. Taylor's 23rd strikeout this season. And a quick 2-up, 2-down for him at the top of the order. As Brenton Morris makes his way to the plate, the first baseman doubled back in the first inning off the wall in right center field. Taylor will find the strike zone along the left side, called strike one. Morris, one step out, now back in, the 0-1. Same spot, same pitch, same call. Strike two on the outer edge at 83 miles per hour on the fastball. Taylor looking for back-to-back strikeouts to cap off a 1-2-3 inning. The 0-2. Swung on, high in the air, foul territory. Moving over from first base towards the dugout is Benfield. He'll make the grab for the third out. A 1-2-3 inning for Sean Taylor. Keeps our score the same. It's 3-1, Columbia International through 5 on the CIU Sports Network. We make our way into the 6th inning as Columbia International leads St. Andrews by a pair. It's 3-1 Rams with 3, 4, 5 due up in the night's order, and they'll meet up against a new arm for CIU. More on that in a moment. First pitch, grounded right side of the infield. Trujillo's there. Fields it on a weird hop. The throw over is not going to be in time as Lawson beat it out for a leadoff single. It's going to be a tough play for Trujillo to make. He bobbled it when it came up in on him, and in on it first is Lawson. Fresh on the mound after Christian Orr goes 5 strong for Columbia International with just 1 earned run. It's Rodrigo Rodriguez making his 10th appearance of the year with an ERA at 4.61 through nearly 14 innings pitched. First pitch to Greg Izzo, missing a little bit high for ball 1. The 1-0. Izzo, line drive out of play down the third base line. Would have had the distance if it had been fair. Count evened up at 1 apiece. Izzo 0 for 2 this afternoon, a pair of pop-outs. One to second base, one to center field. He's like the middle of the diamond so far. The 1-1. Watched his strike 2 get called on the outer edge, and he knew it. Dropped his bat right as he watched the pitch fall in the glove of Hernandez behind the dish. The 1-2. Izzo, ground ball past the outstretched glove of Gonzalez at short. The first 2 batters of the inning find themselves on the base paths. Things are underway in the top of the 6th. And this is exactly the batter that Rodrigo Rodriguez does not want to be facing in this moment. The go-ahead run stepping to the plate in Joshua Benfield. The first baseman is responsible for the only run scored by St. Andrews today. A solo homer back in the 2nd inning. 2 on, nobody out. First pitch from Rodriguez. Popped up, shallow center field grass. Trujillo backing it up from second base as well. But it'll be Hood moving up from center to make the grab. A big first out in the books for Rodriguez, and a big batter retired in Benfield. Nonetheless, the scoring threat still remains. The go-ahead run will be back at the plate, and Frank Salambini, a 6-hole hitter, 0 for 1 with a walk. 2 on, 1 away. Rodriguez looking for the ground ball double play. First pitch plunging away for ball 1. Righty on righty. Rodriguez peering in towards home. Will shake off a few signs. Now comes out of the belt. 1-0. Slicing it opposite way is Salambini. In the foul territory it sails. Even the count at 1 apiece. One. Lifted out of play once again, same spot, opposite way from Salambini. Lawson on at second. He reached on an inning-opening error from Trujillo at second base. Behind him at first is Izzo. He reached on a base hit. 1 away. With Salambini at the dish on a 1-2 count. Rodriguez fires. Nearly a called strike through on the outside edge. Hernandez, the catcher, really just shook his head. He held it there for a while, thinking he was going to get the call for his pitcher. Instead, it's a 2-2 count. Rodriguez deals. Line shot out of play. This time, he keeps it on the ground opposite way, but Salambini, 3 straight foul tips over to the right side for the righty hitter. Two. Swung through for strike 3. Rodrigo Rodriguez notches strikeout number 11 this season and number 1 today, as he sits down Salambini for the 2nd out in the 6th. Two on, 2 down for Jackson Snyder, the third baseman, reached on a sacrifice bunt and reached on an error as well back in the 5th inning. First pitch misses low for ball 1. One-0 pitch. Snyder, ground ball to Gonzalez at short. Had a bobble, the throw to first. Going to be close. It's not in time as Morris came off the bag. Bases are now loaded with 2 outs. Snyder reaches on an error from Gonzalez at short for the 2nd time today. And we are going to see a pinch hitter step in for St. Andrews, and it'll be Jabian Mitchell, the junior out of Madison, Florida. Andy Fox going to take advantage of a potential scoring opportunity. Mitchell on the season hitting just .205 with a home run and 12 runs batted in as he looks to add that total with the bases loaded and 2 outs. St. Andrews trails it by a pair. Two-out toss from Rodriguez. Mitchell looks at strike one as it finds its way on the inside edge. The 0-1. Plunging in the dirt to even it up at 1 apiece. A huge at-bat for potentially the result of this game and this series as St. Andrews looks to go for the sweep. They're going to have to do it in come-from-behind fashion. Meanwhile, Columbia International looks to avoid it. The 1-1. Mitchell looks in as strike two. This time finds its way opposite side of the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the pinch hitter. The base is loaded with 2 outs. Got Lawson at third, Izzo at second, Snyder on at first. Mitchell calls time in the box before the pitch is thrown. The go-ahead run is at first base. The tying run is at second and Izzo. Mitchell at the dish, the 1-2 pitch. Just on the outside edge and a little bit elevated according to the umpire, and everyone here thought it was strike 3, including Rodriguez. He had already started walking back towards the dugout. 2-2 punch. Got him. Called strike 3 for Rodrigo Rodriguez. As St. Andrews leaves the bases loaded with opportunities beginning to run out. Midway through the 6th, Columbia International leads it 3-1 over the Knights on the CIU Sports Network. We make our way into the bottom of the 6th inning as Columbia International leads St. Andrews 3-1. Looking to avoid the sweep in conference play against the Knights. The Rams today 3 runs on 3 hits with 2 errors. Meanwhile, St. Andrews 1 run on 5 hits with 1 error. And a sequence that's going to sting a little while for St. Andrews. They left the bases loaded in the top half of this 6th inning moments ago with no runs to show for it. Ward Hacklin stands in to lead off for Columbia International. First pitch on the way. Down in the dirt, inside edge for a 1-0 count. Sean Taylor back on the bump for St. Andrews. Came in relief last inning. Pieced together a 1-2-3 frame. 0-1 pitch, skied back into the netting behind home plate to even up the count at 1 apiece. Bases clears. We lead off things in the bottom of the 6th. 1-1 pitch. Fouled off the plate for strike 2. Hacklin this afternoon was intentionally walked in the first and then struck out looking in the fourth. In limited action this season, he leads the Rams in the batting average category, hitting .364. Two-strike toss lifted high in the air. Right center field, moving up is Salambini from right field. He makes the grab for the first out in the 6th inning. One up, one down, and Sean Taylor's retired all 4 batters he's faced as he makes his way through the order for the first time. He'll meet the man in the 5 spot, and Buddy Bleasdale, 0 for 1 with a walk last time up in the 4th. Bleasdale, after struggling last season, hitting below 200, bounced back well in his senior campaign at .303 on the year. One out toss from Taylor. Called strike one on the inside edge. Bleasdale out of Manning, South Carolina. 0-1 pitch, he'll clip him in the ankle. And he'll take first base at the cost of a bruise. With 1 on and 1 down, in will step Rob Bell. Bottom of the 6th inning, Columbia International leading it by a pair. And they took their first lead in this series, courtesy of Robert Bell back in the 4th, as he listed his 4th home run of the season out of the park on a 2-run blast. Bleasdale on it first with 1 away. First pitch to Rob Bell, called strike 1 on the outer half. Righty on lefty matchup. Taylor peering in, now will throw over to first. Trying to catch Bleasdale off the plate, but Buddy's back in time. A 1 offering. Called strike 2, same spot, outer edge, and Robert Bell just can't believe it. Walking out of the batter's box with one of those sarcastic smiles on his face. Just, kill him with kindness. 0-2 punch from Taylor. Behind the plate, Rosario set himself up outside, and that's where it landed. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One, 2. Swung through and missed for strike 3. Robert Bell goes down on strikes. The second strikeout of the afternoon for Sean Taylor. And that'll put 2 away in the bottom of the 6th inning with Bleasdale still on at first. Cody Trujillo will step to the dish. The second baseman struck out back in the 2nd, was walked in the 4th. First time he's facing off with Taylor. He'll try to check his swing. Instead, pops it back on the infield grass into the glove of Taylor, who tosses over to first in time for the 3rd out. We are through 6. Columbia International leads it 3-1 as we'll be back from Columbia on the CIU Sports Network. We make our way into the final frame of this 7-inning contest. To the top of the 7th we go. Columbia International sits on top of St. Andrews, leading it by a pair. 3-1 our score, and it's been that score since the 4th when Columbia International put up a 3 spot and have held strong to that lead. And Jonathan Johnson makes the call to the bullpen to bring in Brett Collins, looking to close things out. Collins set to make his 15th appearance of the year with an ERA up near 9, as he's usually in the starting pitching rotation. Instead, this series, Coach Johnson looking to bring him out of the pen. He'll attempt to earn his first save of the season. Meanwhile, he'll work against 9, 1, and 2 in the batting order for St. Andrews, but it'll be led off by a pinch hitter and Javier Socorro, sophomore out of Venezuela. Be a righty-on-righty matchup. Collins comes set at the belt and fires. Socorro sees first pitch plunge into the dirt. He's this team's leading hitter at 486 on the year through just 35 at-bats. 1-0 pitch. Outside and away for ball 2. Collins out of Guyton, Georgia. 2-0 pitch. Nearly hit Socorro on the front elbow, nearly missing him is ball 3. Just a 2-run game. 3-0 pitch. Called strike 1 on the outer half of the dish. Collins trying to battle back and avoid putting the leadoff runner aboard. 3-1 pitch. Hit high in the air to right field, shallow outfield grass. Bell charges, but it'll indeed be Trujillo who backs up from second to reel it in for the first out in the top of the 7th. Columbia International needing just 2 outs to lock up this victory over a very talented St. Andrews team who came in 28-8 on the year. Back at the top of the order, though, and Chris Allen. Righty on righty, first pitch with 1 out. Swung through for strike 1. Allen out of the College of Central Florida, along the junior college ranks before landing at St. Andrews. A 1 pitch. Called strike 2 on the outer half. Collins painting the outside edges fresh out of the bullpen. The 0-2 swung through for strike 3. And Brett Collins sets down the leadoff hitter Allen on just 3 pitches as he struck out for the second time today. It'll all fall on the shoulders of Nate Vigent, the St. Andrews second baseman. He'll be their final hope in a game that's well within their grasp. Just a 2-run deficit. You've got the tying run on deck, but you've got to put at least 1 man aboard. A 2-out toss to Vigent. This is inside for ball 1. Righty on lefty. Defensively, the Rams set standard with Bodison back in at short. The 1-0 down low and away for ball 2. Bodison stepping back in. He started this game at shortstop, then moved out for Rafi Gonzalez. And now they're making the defensive change here late. 2-0. Popped up and out of play. Opposite way for Vigent for strike 1. A few other defensive changes. Bleasdale goes over to first with Gonzalez stepping over to third. Collins readies at the belt. The 2-1. Dribbled foul, back to the backstop. Count even up at 2 apiece, and Brett Collins needs just 1 strike to seal the deal. Base is clear, 2 outs. Rams leading 3-1 in the top of the 7th. This is the final frame. It's a 7-inning game. 2-2. Plunging into the dirt is ball 3. Payoff pitch on the way. Lifted in the air to center. Hood backing up towards the wall, watching it bounce off the top of the fencing. He'll relay the throw into second. That's where Vigent will stop for a 2-out double in the top of the 7th inning. The game is not over yet, says Nate Vigent. And suddenly, tensions are a little bit heightened. The tying run now coming to the plate in Noah Lawson. Shortstop is 0 for 3 today with a strikeout and reaching on an error last time up in the 6th. 2-out toss from Collins. In the air to right field. He's going to drop down for a base hit. Vigent held up at third as Bell collects it into his glove in right field with runners on the corners. Suddenly the tying run is on the base paths for St. Andrews, and the go-ahead run stepping to the plate in Greg Izzo, the designated hitter in the cleanup spot. With 2 home runs this season, he's driven in 17 runs. The Rams needing just 1 out to close the door. 2-out toss from Collins. Base hit. Back into the glove of Trujillo at second. That's the game. Columbia International wins it 3-1 over St. Andrews. Late inning got a little bit interesting, but Brad Collins is able to lock up the door, and now we've got some jawing going on between the two teams, going back and forth with each other. As tensions are getting a little bit high here late as CIU locks up the 3-1 victory. Conversations are still being had from Jonathan Johnson and a member of the St. Andrews staff as they look to close things out. St. Andrews still is not happy as they're starting to walk off the field now. My, oh my. Columbia International, 3 runs on 3 hits with 2 errors. Meanwhile, they allow just 1 run on 7 hits to get it all done. We'll take a break and be back with Rams head coach Jonathan Johnson. We return on the CIU Sports Network.